We're on. President Miller, we are having difficulty hearing you. Okay, your mic is muted. Okay, we will pause the broadcasting, go off air and log in again, okay? One moment.
The recording has stopped.
President Miller, can you unplug your headset and try plugging it back?
Directors, please come to order. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Vice President Baez.
Present.
Director Herndon.
Present.
Director O'Halloran.
Present.
Director Peterson.
Present.
Director Phillips.
Present.
Director Seamson.
Present.
Director Taylor.
Present.
Director Woodward.
Here.
And President Miller.
Present.
We have 9 present.
Madam Secretary, please lead us in the recitation of the Pledge of Allegiance. Members, please mute your devices.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we begin tonight's meeting, we have a short announcement regarding interpretation services for the Spanish-speaking members of our audience.
Esta junta se transmitirá en español para las personas que lo requieran. Si alguien requiere servicio de interpretación o que esta junta sea escuchada en español, por favor marque al teléfono 313-626-3342 y marque el número de la junta, que es el 992-0803-1478. Le repito, por favor, si usted quiere escuchar esa junta en español, marque al 312-626-3342 y marque el número de la junta 992-0803-1478. Muchas gracias.
Before we move to our agenda, I will ask that we share in a moment of silence to commemorate the passing of the following members of the MPS community. Vicki Miller, a retired food service assistant from Milwaukee School of Languages. Janice Higgins, a retired educational assistant from Jeremiah Curtin School. Lorenzo Williams, a student at Alliance School. James Kazmierski, a retired school engineer from Milwaukee French Immersion School. David Marolo, a retired teacher from the Home and Hospital Instruction Program. Cornelius Travis Jr., a student at Marshall High School. Ariana McHenry, a student at Clemens School. Carol Kimball, a retired employee from Bruce Elementary. Myrtle Jordan, a retired educational assistant from North Division High School. Linwood Mulcomb, a student at Obama School. Justin Wilder, a student at Craig Montessori School. Helen Wallace, a retired executive assistant from the Office of Superintendent. And if we could have a moment of silence, along with the loss of all of the COVID pandemic losses that we're suffering from at such a high level, their families and the MPS families are suffering under these conditions. Please have a moment of silence. We will now move on to the items of business of our agenda. As is customary, no public testimony is taken at board meetings. For our listening audience, if you wish to access the evening's agenda items and attachments online, you may do so by visiting esb.milwaukee.k12.wi.us. Now let us begin. Madam Secretary, what is our first item of business?
Item 1 is action on the minutes of the November regular meeting of the Milwaukee Board of School Directors.
If there are no corrections and no objections, and do we see any objections? Not seeing any, the minutes are approved as amended.
So noted.
Madam Secretary, are there any reports or communications from the superintendent?
Yes, Mr. President, we do have two communications from the superintendent. The first is that of the monthly report of the superintendent of schools. This is an informational item, and although it has been noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Does the superintendent wish to make any comments?
Yes. Good evening, President Miller and members of the board. Keith Posley, Superintendent of Schools. First off, I would like to thank the many volunteers who provided support to the district, its schools, and most importantly, our students. December 5th was designated as Thank a Volunteer Day, and it provided a formal opportunity to recognize how grateful we are for our many volunteers. Our schools are very innovative and creative in finding ways to encourage high attendance for all students. We highlight one such strategy carried out by Carver Academy staff, who rewarded students with 95% or higher attendance during October. A total of 84 Carver students earned this honor and were recognized for their efforts with a pizza delivered to their door. Our recreation department opened registration on December 10th for winter youth sports clinics, safe and socially responsible opportunities for students in soccer, volleyball, cheerleading, tennis, basketball, and track and field are being offered. My report will conclude with a brief update regarding the planning process of in-person learning when it's safe to do so. Our Roadmap to Readiness Family Survey was launched December 8th, will run through January 8th of 2021. Please encourage all families to take in the survey, as it will provide us with valuable family feedback related to the virtual learning experience, as well as information to inform our planning for safe in-person learning. We also assembled an advisory of public health experts to assist us in safe reopening for all students and staff. And finally, we continue to refine our gating criteria. Next month, we will prepare and bring a comprehensive update to our in-person plans. That report will be presented during the January cycle. In closing, I would like to take this opportunity to wish each of you, members of the board, the Office of Board Governance, the Office of Accountability and Efficiency, as well as the entire MPS family, a safe, positive, and restful holiday break. Thank you, and that concludes my portion of my report.
Thank you, Dr. Posley. Do board members wish to make comments or ask questions?
President Miller.
Director Taylor.
Thank you. If I heard correctly, it said for the rec department that there are some extra curriculums that are now open. Is that at just certain places or certain times, or can you just elaborate a little more on that for me, please?
Yes, President Miller and members of the board, yes, that is certain locations, and it's a safe and responsible with social distancing throughout the Milwaukee district.
Any follow-up, Director Taylor?
Yeah, I mean, even if not today, if it can be probably sent to the board members, can we know those locations? Just in case we have someone asking as well too. I received an email about extracurriculum sports. So.
President Miller and members of the board, I will forward a copy to Dr. Mann to be distributed right after this meeting. We can get that moving like right now.
Thank
you, Dr. Posley. Other questions or comments from board members? Dr. Mann, do you see, is anyone in the queue?
Yes, you do have Vice President Baez in the queue.
Director Baez. Vice President Baez.
Thank you. President Miller, I would like to ask if the superintendent could expand a little on this survey. My concern is whether, what kinds of provisions, measures have been taken to ensure that this is a reliable kind of survey that, I read a bunch of things regarding folks concerned about issues in the district and the opening of the district. So a survey is an important piece because it helps us understand better what's going on with parents, particularly. So, what kinds of provisions have been made for reliability and to assure that we have a good outcome of this?
President Miller and members of the board, what we have done is the research department has worked to pull together with the senior staff a survey to go out to all families, which we put out on last week, Friday. And that whole piece is for families to, they could either do it online, it's been mailed out to them. We have it in all the languages, the 7 different languages. That information will be mailed back here. We also have a call center that's set up. And for the validity purposes, we're looking at zip codes to make sure that we're hitting all of the zip codes throughout the city of Milwaukee. And for validating services, when we have a call bank that's set up here at the Central Administration Building to call to school communities, working with parent coordinators and having 2 individuals, one will be asking the questions while the other will record, and they will check and balance and put it into the system. And all of our surveys are based on the honor system. If we get it out to families, they can send it back. The ones that are sent back here, we are recorded and placed there, or they can go online and do it there as well.
Any follow-up, Director Baez?
No, I just was concerned about the reliability of the responses. I just wanted to make sure I got that out. Thank you. Thank you to the superintendent.
Dr. Mann, anyone else in the queue?
Mr. Chair, I do see Director O'Halloran and Phillips in the queue.
Okay, thank you. Director O'Halloran.
Thank you, and I'll keep it super brief. So if do we have any other plans if we don't get a certain threshold of survey responses, like sending it out via text or pushing it out any other way? I personally can, attest to the fact that parents have received it because I did receive it. So I know that it is hitting people's mailboxes, but just in case it's getting filtered out in spam or whatever, what are the other methods? I know you said mail. Is there a certain number above which we would think like these are credible results to Director Baez's point, and we can say that's good, or will there be a second push?
Dr. Posley.
All right. President Miller, members of the board, one of the things that we have done is got it out there on the website. We have pushed it out through social media. The phone bank that I talked about, we have mailed copies out as well. We have also soon going to be working with principals to get out in their bulletins when they send things out, as well as going to be working with the parent coordinators to get as many as possible. And then what we are doing now, as the surveys have started to come in and we got them arranged by zip codes, and we are looking at various zip codes around the city where there has been a low turnaround time, low feedback, and we have not gotten anything back. So we are looking and targeting those schools in those areas to get that information out, as well as the meal sites. Anytime a family come into the meal site, they can fill it out right there on the spot, drop it in the box. Those boxes are transferred here on a regular basis to make sure that, so we're looking for every opportunity, and we're going to be meeting to kind of talk about and look at numbers tomorrow. And then we will be looking at other avenues, to try to move that piece forward. And we have worked with all of the news outlets as well to try to get the word out there.
Any follow-up, Director O'Halloran?
Nope.
Okay. Director Phillips.
Thank you, President Miller. Although this wasn't part of the superintendent's report, I did want to just give a shout out to the superintendent and the team for finding out ways to provide the winter break meal bundles before we go on winter break next week. I had received communication about how grateful people are to have that opportunity. So it can close a little bit of that gap when we won't have that meal service. So just wanted to make sure I said thank you.
Dr. Posey, you want to comment about, I don't know what the bundle is. No one's contacted me about that, so I'd love to hear about it.
President Miller and members of the board, one of the things that, and first of all, I'll start off by saying thank you to Director Phillips. I will make sure the team hear exactly what you have shared. And one of the things that we have been looking at, what are we going to do over the break to make sure that all of our families and our children receive a meal? We thought about looking at 3 days, coming back to school on those days and working through that. But what we did, the Department of Nutrition Services worked with us, and they're going to be packages that is going to be given to families. They're going to pick up all of their meals. There's a long, beautiful list of groceries that families are going to pick up, and they will be able to prepare their own meals over the break, but we will give them enough food to cover during that period of time. And we will have fresh fruit and vegetables as well, a part of it.
That's incredible, Dr. Posey. Thank you, Director Phillips, for bringing that up. That's amazing. And it shows where the district is. We are centered on our families and our communities, our children. So this is amazing. Dr. Mann, is there anyone else in the queue?
Mr. President, I see no other hands raised.
Okay.
Director Simpson.
Director Simpson.
Just to sort of piggyback off, I hope this is okay, on the fresh fruit and vegetable program. Just for the listening audience, if you haven't tuned into the videos that show how to use the fresh fruit and vegetable items and prepare them in meals, it's a wonderful learning opportunity for our kids, as well as that family experience. So those are just really great to watch. So just want to encourage people to take advantage of that if they haven't.
Thank you, Director Simpson. All right. Madam Secretary, would you bring forward the next communication from the superintendent, please?
The next communication is action on a request to approve continued implementation of the emergency paid sick leave for MPS employees through June 30th, 2021, in alignment with the Families First Corona Response Act. And this is related to policy. The recommendation is that the board approve to continue implementation of the emergency paid sick leave for MPS employees through June 30th, 2021, in alignment with the Families First Corona Response Act, as listed in the attachments to this item.
Does the superintendent wish to make comments?
Yes, President Miller and members of the board, we're requesting your approval of the request before you to extend implementation of the emergency paid sick leave for our employees through June 30th of 2021. This request is in alignment with the Families First Coronavirus Response Act, which is set to expire at the end of the calendar year. We feel that it is very important to continue to support our employees through the provision of this emergency paid sick leave through the end of the fiscal year. At this time, I will ask the Deputy Superintendent, Calvin Furman, to provide some additional information, and afterwards, we'll be happy to answer any question that you may have. Calvin?
Thank you. Good evening, President Miller, members of the board. Calvin Furman, Deputy Superintendent. In mid-March, Congress passed and the President signed into law the Families First Coronavirus Response Act, or the FFCRA. The FFCRA created the Emergency Paid Sick Leave, or the EPSL, which gives employees up to 2 weeks of paid sick leave to allow for time off due to COVID-19. The EPSL is set to expire on December 31st, 2020. The administration is seeking authorization to extend provisions of the EPSL through the end of the school year. We believe it is important to continue to have COVID-19 sick leave available because the virus is still prevalent in the community. This leave entitlement is in addition to an employee's regular sick leave balance, so an employee using EPSL for COVID-19 reasons will not draw down their regular leave balance. The provisions and requirements of the EPSL that will be extended are outlined in the attached document. We will note that Congress is negotiating terms of another stimulus bill. It is unclear if the stimulus bill will include any COVID-19 leave provisions. In March, the FFCRA passed separate and apart from the stimulus bill, the CARES Act. But if Congress does mandate new COVID-19 leave entitlements, MPS will continue to follow the law, and we have included language in the attached document to make this clear. Finally, we will note the impact statement indicates that approximately $34 million will need to be available for this extension. This figure is the amount of salary and benefits that would be paid if every employee used the entire EPSL benefit. Again, the EPSL is only available for certain COVID-19 reasons. For clarity and context, in the 7 months from May to November of this year, the salary and benefits expended under these provisions of the EPSL was just under $1 million. This should help frame the expected cost in the 7 months from December to June. We're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Board members, would you wish to comment?
You have Director Peterson and then Director Phillips in the queue.
Okay, Director Peterson.
I would like to move the administration's recommendation and simultaneously thank the administration for bringing it to our attention and to proposing this very necessary policy.
Director Phillips.
Thank you. I'd like to second the motion and just wanted to note that it's so important during this pandemic that we allow people to keep themselves safe and then also others by being able to have this emergency paid sick time. So once again, thank you to the administration for bringing this forward.
Anyone else in the queue? Director Mann?
President Miller, I see no one else in the queue.
So I just want to make a comment. I appreciate what the administration has done. My wife is part of a national coalition of family values at work that has pushed for this to be permanent, that we have paid family leave. It's permanent in a number of states. They've won victories in state after state. It's most unfortunate that there has to be a debate right now in Congress as to whether this should be continued in the next COVID relief. It's not clear whether it's going to be part of what's we believe is going to be passed over the next few days. And my wife is part of that internal debate and struggle that's going on all across the country. And so I really appreciate this. This is a great example on our administration's part to support what is just and right for our families. So thank you very much. Madam Secretary, we have a motion and a motion by Director Peterson and a second by Director Phillips.
Yes, Mr. President, and we also have Matt Chasen from Accountability who would like to comment on this item.
Mr. Chasen.
Thank you, President Miller. Matt Chasen, OIE. This doesn't intersect specifically with this legislation, but there was also action taken providing an eviction moratorium for renters that is also expiring December 31st. I wasn't sure if the administration had any information on that or whether or not there's any intersection to any work in the district as it relates to that front as well.
Dr. Posey?
Miller and members of the board, we have documentation, we have read documentation, but we have that's a situation and things that we have talked to with other parties about. There's a group that we work with the Greater Milwaukee Foundation. They are looking into things of this nature, and some of those same conversations has been had with the mayor during our meetings as well.
All right, thank you. Did you have any follow-up questions?
No, thank you.
Okay. Madam Chair, would you please call the roll on this motion?
On Director Peterson's motion to approve the administration's recommendation on the request to extend the emergency paid sick leave act for Milwaukee Public Schools employees through June 30th, 2021, seconded by Director Phillips. Vice President Baez.
Aye.
Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Peterson.
Aye.
Director Phillips.
Aye.
Director Simpson.
Aye.
Director Taylor.
Aye.
Director Woodward.
Aye.
And President Miller.
Aye.
That's 9 ayes. The motion passes.
Madam Secretary, are there any reports or communications from the Office of Board Governance?
Yes, Mr. President, we do have two communications from the Office of Board Governance. And the first communication is our monthly report on the legislative activities affecting Milwaukee Public Schools. This is an informational item and no action is required by the board.
President Miller, members of the board, Chris Thiel, Office of Governmental Relations, good evening. Just wanted to touch base with a couple of items that we were in discussion about during our last meeting, and then move on to looking ahead to the legislative session in the new year. As we discussed last month, the Department of Public Instruction introduced their budget proposal, which has a lot of very positive items in it, and many items that we have and the board has continued to endorse in the way of increasing funding in any number of areas, including support for students with disabilities, creating finally in this state mechanisms to support students challenged with poverty, to assist English learners across the state in a more robust fashion, and any number of other things, including providing some mechanisms to protect school districts from the financial implications of the pandemic that we're going through. To that end, we're now in the process where the governor's office is in receipt of agency requests, including that from the Department of Public Instruction. Last evening, the governor held a listening session conducted over Zoom with individuals from across the state, focused on education, and a number of the items that are our focus, including, I'd probably say that the special education funding item in particular, concerns about making sure we're supporting our students with disabilities to the level that they need and to the level that private school students get, came to the fore. So we are in process, continuing to advocate. The next step in the process is for the budget from the executive to come out, the governor's budget, which is usually introduced by the second week of February, and we anticipate that happening again. What you have before you in the attachment area is our legislative agenda items as we look forward to the 2021-22 session. Many of these items are familiar. These are issues that we've been working on consistently and have made progress on, certainly on a number of them, but we'll continue to push. As always, often simply because we number the items, the question comes up as to whether or not it's a priority list. It is not. We take the opportunities to push in all these areas and then take advantage of the opportunities that come our way when we have them. We've also been in discussion with our partners, as the board makes clear, having partnership across the state is crucially important, whether it's WASB, School Administrators Alliance, the Wisconsin Rural Schools Alliance, the Southeastern Wisconsin suburban districts working with us. And we're in alignment with our partners, and hopefully that will help us moving forward. The other item that was raised by board members last month was we were just in the wake of the election. And as board members noted, that activity for the Biden transition team was beginning to take place right away. So some questions were asked about our involvement in that. If you recall, I mentioned that through our partnership with the Council of Great City Schools in particular, we have been in contact with the Biden transition team. And the other attachment that you have outlines the information that the council has provided to the Biden transition team. And given how important, as President Miller, you mentioned, and others are aware, we're hearing Congress is perhaps going to finally come to some kind of agreement on another package that is certainly desperately needed for school districts, states, communities, healthcare workers, what have you. And we anticipate that work to be going on into this weekend, along with all of the work of the transition, the Secretary of Education position. So the items that the council had as part of its request are also included with our overall legislative agenda, so the public has a better understanding of all that work. that is done. So those items are ongoing. In terms of assessing where we are with the state, I know there have been reports about the governor and the leadership on the legislature finally having some conversation about a relief package of some kind that there could be agreement on. There's been much discussion that the legislature has not met as a body since March, and the state hasn't passed any subsequent support for school districts or other entities. One of the concerns that I do think it's important to raise is that in the Assembly Republican proposal that came out a few weeks back, it was labeled a COVID relief package, but includes some items that in conversation, again, with my colleagues across the country through our discussions with the Council of Great City Schools, are unprecedented in terms of anything that we've seen in the state. Rather than provide relief, there is one item in particular that is extremely punitive in nature. And it dictates that in school districts in Wisconsin where there has been over 50% virtual instruction because of school districts working with their communities, trying to keep their communities safe, their students safe. But the proposal that is on the table says that if you have gone over 50% virtual instruction, there's a retroactive financial penalty to your district. It's phrased in the terms of paying out $371 per pupil to families. But in essence, it is a massive penalty for school districts, including ours. For MPS, it would be in the neighborhood of a $26 million penalty. School districts such as Madison, Green Bay, Racine would also be penalized. Other school districts, Wauwatosa just communicated to their constituents that they would take about a $2.1 million hit. You know, I think the reality is that given Governor Evers' strongly stated positions, if such a proposal were to move forward, ultimately he would be compelled to veto it. But I just wanted to share that piece of information, as positive as I was hopefully last month about where the DPI proposal was headed. I wanted to share this because I think it gives an accurate picture of where people are positioned as we head into the next budget session. So we'll continue to do everything we can to fight off that proposal. The Senate has not adopted that to their credit, frankly. And beyond that, we'll do the positive work of pushing for the legislative agenda items you have before you. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Board members, do you wish to ask questions or make comments? Dr. Mann, I don't see anybody.
Yes, you do have Director Baez and then Director Peterson in the queue.
Okay, Director Baez.
Yes, President Miller, I wanted to ask Mr. Christopher Teal. I'm aware that about 2 years ago, I mean, in the previous budget, there was some inclusion by now Governor Evers of money specifically designated for English language learners. And that money was stricken out by the GOP legislators. And it was, you know, only part of what was asked for in terms of special ed was remained in the budget. Comments have been made that maybe we did not push a lot at that time for the importance of maintaining the money for the bilingual kids, particularly English language learners. And we focus a lot on the special ed, and I'm not in any way criticizing that. I'm saying that's great. But the fact is that now DPI's proposal or proposed budget does include about $26 million for English language learners, and they did other some provisions, including a $750,000 appropriation that if it gets through, it will be for grow your own money, and that's important to this district. And I'm hoping that we sustained the same level of effort to make sure that we keep that money there, that this district take a strong position on that, maybe through letter writing or something to that effect. I know that there are other people that are doing that all over the state, But for example, the 4 tests that will be coming up in an item later that I don't think we're going to be discussing, but in about a year ago, in another resolution, I asked that the district please write a letter to the state regarding the matter of the 4 tests, which DPI was already thinking about dumping anyway, but it didn't happen. And I had to include it again. I had to include the idea that we have to have a letter directly going to DPI and to the legislators that we support the idea regarding the Ford and the grow your own money. So I think that the grow your own money is important, that this district has to be prepared to really go for it if it happens. But I think that we have to lobby for it to stay in the legislature, as well as making sure that we send that letter out. So I just was wondering if Mr. Teo can comment on that.
President Miller, Vice President Baez, certainly. As I mentioned, I think that the topic of special education, as you pointed out, has received a lot of attention. What we did do and what we continue to push is the fact that, unfortunately, Wisconsin is last in the nation out of any state in the manner in which we provide funding to English learners. As part of Speaker Voss's Blue Ribbon Task Force in K-12 education, there was actually an invited speaker who, was brutally frank and honest and described this state as pitiful. And the video clip of her saying that we're worse than Texas. Texas had a reimbursement rate of 10%. Ours is less than 4%. And so that, clear injustice about where we are as a state is something that we do communicate. We're pleased to see and have worked, with the DPI again to include in their proposal, not only increasing reimbursement, but I think it's been recognized that our program in this state is a little clunky compared to other states and actually doesn't provide assistance as much statewide as it should have. So they're trying to amend that. So it was unceremoniously dumped out of the governor's budget proposal, as you recall correctly. We would anticipate and continue to have conversations with the governor's office that that component be included in his budget, and are going to do everything we can to make sure the legislature keeps it in their proposals as well. We're in an interesting situation where we've got a pandemic, the economy has taken a hit. We're all reading reports about different parts of our communities being more financially impacted than others. And I think if we do get a federal package that includes some support, we might be able to fashion a state budget that is not as bad as we were thinking it might be back in March when this all started. So I say that to simply say, as a community, we're aware of this, and we need to make sure that people don't take unfair advantage of a horrible situation to say we can't support things, including the English language learner area that you talk about. So that's a point of emphasis and will be again.
Follow-up?
Hello.
President Miller? No, just a quick follow-up. I want to make sure that this board, supports you in reaching out, because I understand that WASB is actually moving that along, okay? And it has been pushing forward the idea that we need to think about English language learners in the same way we think about special ed kids. I mean, the growth of that population around the state is quite significant, and in many districts is larger than special ed children. So, I mean, not to compete in any way, but why do we keep on dismissing it? The GOP that controls the legislature is daring enough to put forth punitive measures like the one you mentioned. And it's still likely that they could try to kill initiatives like this one. I mean, less for special education and nothing for English language learners. So I think we need to take a proactive role as a board and as a system and do that. And I would just want to urge us to do it and get that letter from on the 4th also out there, because this board ought to be able to support its employees so they don't have to go through that kind of a situation.
Mr. President.
I was on mute. Okay, Director Peterson.
Thank you. First of all, I just wanted to say that I support 100% Director Baez's concerns and on the issue of bilingual and special English as additional language students. Just a very short comment. You know, the absurdity and the vindictiveness of the state legislature's proposal that was described by Mr. Thiel is only outdone by the fact that with just one more vote on the Wisconsin Supreme Court, we could have found 200,000 votes disqualified from Milwaukee and Madison. And I just mentioned that because it should remind us all that the importance of voting. So the next time there's a Supreme Court vote, that we vote in a progressive. And secondly, the importance of continuing to push for fair maps so that our gerrymandered state is not dominated by people who are so anti-public education and public institutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Mann, is there anyone else in the queue?
No, Mr. President.
So I would just like to point out, first of all, I support the positions that Director Baez and Director Peterson just took. But I want to point out that tonight, Director Simpson and I are introducing a resolution that calls on us as a board to adopt a policy clearly in opposition to what the state legislature is doing, but also combine that with the continuing to do education for increased funding from the state and the federal government. What's happened over the last 4 years has been a disaster in its relationship with public education. And so we just put forward, Director Simpson and I put forward a resolution, are introducing a resolution tonight for us to discuss it, in the next round of board action. Any other comments or questions? Not seeing any. Madam Secretary, what's the next communication from the Office of Board Governance?
The next communication from the Office of Board Governance is action on the election of a delegate to the Wisconsin Association of School Boards, WASB. The recommendation is that the board elect its delegate to the Wisconsin Association of School Boards to begin the district's new 3-year term.
Does the Office of Board Governance wish to make any comments?
Yes, Mr. President. For the last term, Director Baez has served as the delegate to WASB. This is a position that that the board takes action on every 3 years, and the term is before you.
Thank you. So I would like to nominate Director Taylor for this position. I understand that she is willing to fill this position. So I'd like to nominate her. And I would like also to, whoever we elect to this position, I would like us to be clear that Director Baez and this person will work collaboratively over the next few months, because I know that WASB wants to complete some issues in the month of January that Director Baez has been very engaged in around issues of race, and so there's some very important work to be done. But I nominate Director Taylor.
You have Directors Baez and Peterson in the queue.
Director Baez.
Yes, thank you, President Miller. First of all, I want to congratulate Director Taylor.
Mr. Chair?
Yes?
We do need a second on the motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. I second the motion.
Thank you.
I want to congratulate Director Taylor at, taking over this important assignment. And I want to, thank the board for having trusted in me the opportunity to do this over the last 3 years. I know that the board of WASB is not too happy with me leaving before I complete some of the things that we started, but I think that Director Taylor will give continuity to that, no doubt. Particularly of concern to me, and you should know, is the fact that over the last year, I got the WASB group to work on an equity position. Actually, you saw the statement. The statement is on equity and anti-racism, social justice, and that was important. But what follow that is as important, and that is the creation of a task force to implement the specifics of that resolution throughout the state of Wisconsin. This is very significant. The task force has met several times already. There is a PowerPoint that really lays out the work that has to be done this coming year. There was discussion in WASB about the creation of a subunit within WASB that will serve to assist school districts that want to implement the equity and social justice, racial justice resolution that we passed, the statement that we passed. And so that is work that is coming up. I know that I would remain with WASB until the meeting of January, until you have the meeting in January 22nd, where you would come in, Director Taylor, and I will do the best I can during the annual convention that they have to continue to promote that issue. But I will be accessible and available if you need any help in any way, because I did push a lot for that racial task force, and the task force is doing a remarkably very good job. Mr. Tom Weber, who is a member of the executive board of WASB, is presiding it. Obviously, we didn't want a person of color, a Latino guy pushing to be the chair of that task force in the state of Wisconsin, as you may well understand. But he is doing a remarkable job, and I think that we need to support him. So thank you so much.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Madam.
Before additional comments, the motion that is before you is to nominate Director Taylor to be the delegate to WASB. The board can certainly offer congratulations and comments if that motion passes, so that we know what the board's action is.
Director Taylor, do you accept the nomination?
I do.
Thank you. Are there other comments? Is there anyone in the queue, Dr. Mann?
You do have Director Peterson in the queue.
Director Peterson.
Thank you. I just want to certainly support Director Taylor's agreement and thank her for agreeing to that position. I've served with her on the resolution committee of WASB, and her voice is very much needed. It's clear from conversations about things like stereotypes at schools, Indian stereotypes, et cetera, that we still have a long way to go in this state, even with members of school boards. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you, Director Peterson. Other comments? I don't see anyone in the queue. Dr. Mann, please.
There's no one in the queue.
Thank you. Please call the roll.
On President Miller's motion to nominate Director Taylor to be the delegate to the Wisconsin Association of School Boards, seconded by Vice President Baez. Vice President Baez?
Aye.
Director Herndon?
Aye.
Director O'Halloran?
Aye.
Director Peterson?
Aye.
Director Phillips?
Aye.
Director Simpson?
Aye.
Director Taylor?
Aye.
Director Woodward?
Aye.
And President Miller?
Aye.
That's 9 ayes. The motion passes.
Congratulations, Director Taylor. You will represent us well. Madam Secretary,
Mr. Chair?
Oh, you want to speak? I'm sorry, Director
Really
Taylor,
quick,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, thank you. Really quick, I just want to thank you for the nomination and for Vice President Baez and Director Peterson who spoke up. Dr. Baez, those are big shoes to fill. Your educational things that you have done. It is talked about on a national level. I look forward to learning some things from you and being able to push forward some of the things that you are working on with WASB and just be that voice on the board for Milwaukee, but for all of the students of Wisconsin as well too. So thank you all.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, are there any reports or communications from the Office of Accountability and Efficiency?
Yes, Mr. President, we do have the monthly report from the Office of Accountability and Efficiency. This is an informational item, and although it has been noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Does the Office of Accountability and Efficiency wish to make any comments?
Yes, thank you, President Miller. Matt Chasen, Office of Accountability and Efficiency. That report is before you. I'd like to just briefly highlight the work of our contract compliance services team this month. I would say in rather challenging times, they continue to find creative and safe ways to keep our students engaged through career education opportunities, including virtual project-based training and virtual job readiness training. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. And absent any questions, happy holidays to you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the board wish to make any comments or ask questions? I don't see anyone in the queue. Dr. Mann, do I have anyone in the queue?
There is no one in the queue.
All right, we will now have the reports of the standing committees. Since public hearing was given at the committee level, the board, as is customary, will not be giving public hearing on these reports this evening. Madam Secretary, what is the first report?
The first report is that of the Committee on Accountability, Finance, and Personnel. Item 10, action on monthly facilities matters, the FMS awards of construction contracts, and the professional service contracts. Recommendation has been set aside at the request of the administration.
Do any board members wish any other items to be set aside? Not seeing any. Madam Secretary, what's the next report?
The next report is that of the Committee on Parent and Community Engagement. No items of this report have been set aside for separate consideration.
Do any board members wish any items to be set aside? Not seeing any. Madam Secretary, what is the next report?
The next report is that of the Committee on Student Achievement and School Innovation. Item number 2, action on a recommendation for renewal of the non-instrumentality charter school contract with La Causa Charter School has been set aside as it was forwarded to the board without recommendation. In addition, item number 3, action on a recommendation for renewal of the non-instrumentality charter school with Milwaukee Excellence Charter School has also been set aside as it was forwarded to the board without recommendation. And finally, number 4, action on a recommendation of renewal of the instrumentality charter school contract for individualized developmental educational approaches to learning, IDEAL, has been set aside as it was forwarded to the board without recommendation.
Do any board members wish any other items to be set aside? Not seeing any. Could I please get a motion for the balance of the reports of the standing committees?
You have Director O'Halloran in the queue.
Director O'Halloran?
I so move.
Dr. O'Halloran moves, and do we have a second?
Second.
And Director Phillips is seconds the motion. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On Director O'Halloran's motion to approve the balance of the standing reports, seconded by Director Phillips. Vice President Baez.
Aye.
Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Peterson.
Aye.
Director Phillips.
Aye.
Director Simpson.
Aye.
Director Taylor.
Aye.
Director Woodward.
Aye.
And President Miller.
Aye.
That's 9 ayes. The motion passes.
Director Phillips, do you have anything to say?
Yes, for anyone that was up for promotion or appointment, we just want to thank you for being with us here at Milwaukee Public Schools and hope that you go forth and do great things.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Madam Secretary, what is the next item?
The next item, Mr. President, at this point, we do go back to the item set aside. And the first item set aside is from the report of the Committee on accountability, finance, and personnel, and that is item number 10 on monthly finance matters, the FMS awards of construction contracts, and the professional services contracts recommendation. This item has been set aside at the request of the administration, and the Accountability Finance Committee recommended that the board approve the construction contracts attached to this item. However, there may be additional information that the administration would like to provide.
Dr. Posey, your comments, please.
President Miller and members of the board, the administration is requesting that this item be returned back to the committee. Thank you.
Any follow-up questions? What's our process, Dr. Mann, for returning it to committee?
Mr. Chair, the board would need to take a vote. The items before you is the committee's recommendation, and now the superintendent is making a recommendation to send this item back to committee. So the board would need to vote on the items that are before you.
I move that we move the item that had come forward to us as a resolution that we return it to committee.
Second.
So now that you have Director Woodward in the queue.
And
Second.
Director Woodward and seconded my motion. Are there any comments or questions? Not seeing any, Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On President Miller's motion to send this item back to committee, seconded by Director Woodward. Vice President Baez.
Aye.
Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Peterson.
Aye.
Director Phillips.
Aye.
Director Simpson.
Aye.
Director Taylor.
Aye.
Director Woodward.
Aye.
And President Miller.
Aye.
That's 9 ayes. The motion passes.
Madam Secretary, what is the next item set aside?
The next item set aside is from the report on the Committee on Student Achievement and School Innovation. Item number 2, action on a recommendation for renewal of the non-instrumentality charter school contract with La Causa Charter School has been set aside as it was forwarded to the board without recommendation. The administration is recommending that the board, 1, approve the renewal of a 5-year non-instrumentality charter school contract with La Causa, and 2, authorize the superintendent's designee in consultation with the board's designee and the Office of the City Attorney to enter into negotiations with representatives of La Causa and to draft a renewed non-instrumentality charter school contract to start on the 2021 school year and to end on the last regularly scheduled day of the 2025-26 school year.
Does the administration wish to make comments?
Chair Miller, members of the board, the administration move the approval of this item.
Okay. Do board members wish to make comments or ask questions?
Mr. Chair, you do have Director Baez in the queue.
Okay. Director Baez.
Yeah, first of all, this item was brought back to this board without a recommendation, as well as the other 2 items that follow. The discussion was really about whether we support the superintendent's proposal for 5 years versus a proposal by a suggestion at that moment by Director O'Halloran that we just do 3 years. And there was discussion about this in the committee I chair, and we decided to move it forth. We need to have a discussion on whether we are going to go one way or the other and be consistent with the 3 charters that were presented to us at the committee level. So I just want to, for the purposes of discussion, to move that we support the recommendation of the superintendent for this particular charter for 5 years, a renewal, and so that we can have discussion. So that's my motion.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
And we have a second from Director Phillips, a motion by Vice President Baez and a second by Director Phillips. Comments by board members, questions by board members. Dr. Mann, do you have a cue for me?
Yes, you do have Director Baez in the queue and Director O'Halloran.
Okay, Director Baez.
Well, for to have a discussion on this, I think is important because these three charters were advanced to us by the administration with this recommendation for 5 years, because initially that was the sort of like the purpose of these three charters in preparing themselves for the visit by the committee, et cetera, and I'm sort of like torn here because I have kept on asking, and I know that other board members like Director Henderson and others, and you, President Miller, have asked repeatedly for a discussion on how we're going to handle this issue of charters. And that we had not had that discussion, and we're scheduled to have that discussion in January. Now I understand. But for me, it was a little bit difficult not to support the superintendent's recommendation and go to 3 years, because we were sort of like be setting policy on how we're going to be dealing with, these charter schools that are in part, part of a discussion that we have had, controversial in the context of that discussion, the larger discussion about charters, because we have non-instrumentality charters and we have instrumentality charters. In the past few years, we have given 5 years to other charters, and particularly to non-instrumentality charters. So I felt very torn by then changing the rules at the last moment here and not supporting this recommendation. I would suggest that we go with the recommendation of the superintendent for 5 years for these three charters, and that we wait into the January discussion that we have. And if we have set, and if we set during that discussion new ideas, and we come back to the board with new policy for 3 years, I can see us, I can live with that, But I think that it's good to listen to other board members to see what they have to say about this. But my suggestion is that at least we do 5 years for these three charters right now, because these numbers are important to us, particularly in this pandemic. And we are talking about three charters who are doing exceptionally well. And one of them, particularly La Causa, which I'm concerned about, is the only non-instrumentality charter that is bilingual, that has done very well, and that is dealing with fencing off the threat of major privatizers in the area that are very, very powerful and that have a significant impact on schools in the near South Side.
Mr. Chair,
Madam Secretary.
you do have Directors O'Halloran and Simpson in the queue.
Director O'Halloran.
Thank you. So I did at committee suggest that we renew the contracts for 3 years. And I want to be clear that this was not a commentary about the lack of quality or any of those concerns. I suggested that we renew contracts for 3 years simply because we have a responsibility to the students in the district to protect our students in the district. I want to encourage the board to take a proactive role rather than reactive. And I would hope that our partners understand that we as board members are accountable to our constituents, and suggesting 3 years is not to suggest that I don't think that they should exist. The idea that suggesting 3 years rather than 5 means that we shouldn't have their numbers. Like I'm confused about how renewing for 3 years suddenly means that, that I don't think that they should be in the district. And I mean, when I was discussing this with people in the community, somebody brought up the point that board members are up for review every 4 years. And, our schools come up for review every year. It's my understanding that the city conducts these reviews every year. So I hope it does not come across as something personal about these three charters. I just think that 5 years is a very long time to write a contract for. I'm not sure if we enter into contracts for any other services for 5 years. And I think that we as a board have a responsibility to our constituents to review the charters more than once every 5 years.
Director Simpson.
So I support everything that Director O'Halloran just said, and would just like to say that, in talking to constituents prior to the pandemic and, hearing from a few people since then via some conversations, that idea of being accountable and responsible as, people who maybe send their children to our schools, as taxpayers who live in the district, they're looking for, I think, closer monitoring. They've seen both nationally and at the local level that there have been issues with some of our charter schools. And again, this is not specific to these three, but I think to have a review every 3 years is not, asking too much. 5 years is a long time. So just want to offer my support for Director O'Halloran's position.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
you do have Directors Taylor, Phillips, and Herndon in the queue. And then Director Peterson.
Okay, Director Taylor.
Thank you, President Miller. I just want to also say we've been having this conversation, I believe, since we came onto the board. And due to COVID and some other things, we have not been able to have that deeper dive conversation about charters, the process and things like that. And I know that it is coming up, but while we have this in front of us, definitely I've been wanting to say that necessarily it does not mean that the school is not achieving and doing what they need to do if they don't get 5. It's like if you don't get the 5 years for some reason, we thought that something was wrong or a mistake. We're just simply saying accountability, but also revisiting to make sure that things are always at the best that it should be for all of our students. So with that being said, I too agree with Director O'Halloran. 3 years does not mean that we're saying these individual schools should not be in a district or that they missing the mark. It's just saying it gives that amount of time to review it as well as hold accountable and ensure that on our part that we are all working together. So thank you for that leeway, President Miller.
Thank you. Director Phillips and then Director Herndon.
Thank you, President Miller. And I just wanted to note that we have many board members here that have served on the Charter Review Committee, and I wanted to thank Dr. Herndon, Director O'Halloran for doing that during this pandemic, really having to think about what that evaluation looks like, because I know that the people that serve on that committee and others on the board that have done so before take that responsibility very seriously, and really, that it's very tedious and full of detail going through that. So when Dr. O'Halloran does bring these things up, knowing that she's served on the committee, it does make me consider and rethink what we're thinking about in terms of the renewal. So as it stands with the motion before us by Vice President Baez, I do support a 5-year extension. And the reason why I do is, Director Baez and I both came onto the board after we had a charter contract that did not go well in 2017. So as a board member, the concept of accountability is very important. I have been a board member that has voted against the administration in terms of times when they have put forward a 3-year renewal, and we've lessened the years for that due to performance and questions about the viability of the school. The school at hand is not one of those schools, and I think it is confusing for the public when we talk about accountability as if once we sign a contract, whether it's a school, a service, that accountability ends after that signature. Accountability happens through several mechanisms during a 5-year contract. And I wanted to take that time to ask the administration, when we have a charter school contract, what accountability mechanisms and reviews are in place during the time of a contract, and what mechanisms for accountability are in place should the board want to terminate a contract before the set date if something goes awry by, say, year 3 and we've extended it to year 5, if they don't meet the obligations of the contract. So administration.
Dr. Posley.
Yes, President Miller, members of the board, Bridget Shaw, Contracted School Services. So the schools get reviewed annually. They have a financial audit that they are to submit on a regular annual basis, as well as a pupil academic achievement report that outlines the academic performance outlined in their contract. And then that gets audited by external auditors as well for that performance and compliance audit that gets submitted on an annual basis. In addition to that, we review data on a daily basis as far as like attendance and suspensions and academic performance that gets reviewed annually. Schools have a school improvement plan that we monitor and review. Every school gets a walk, whether it be virtual or face-to-face. We conduct those annually, sometimes more, depending on the performance level of the school.
Thank you. Any follow-up, Director Phillips?
Yes, my follow-up
Mr.
was,
Chair.
oh, go ahead. Dr. Mann, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I believe Director Phillips asked a question about the board's ability to terminate a contract, and not just with charter schools, but there are provisions in contracts that allows the board to conduct a review at any time and the ability to terminate.
Thank you. That was my only follow-up.
Okay. Are you?
So all that to say, I brought this up during the committee meeting, taking from this community review panel that includes board members, administration members, community members, the tiers that they have, if we have accountability measures in place annually, if the board has the right through the model contract to bring up a school to review if we're concerned about it, I view the importance of that 5-year at the motion at hand. Limiting that would create more, we learned that it takes 3 to 6 months to prepare for the review process, and then after, as part of this board item, you still have to go into negotiation processes. There's all of these things that are important to our accountability measures and important to the process, that I just feel to do every 3 years, that means that we're taking away school building leaders from being in their building, but instead like meeting with administration if we've already deemed that they've met the mark based on their contract. So for all of those reasons, this is why I support Director Baez's motion to support the administration's recommendation for the 5-year for La Causa. Thank you.
Director Peterson, was Dr. Peterson next? No, Director Herndon was next, I believe. Director Herndon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This has been a discussion, and it has been before the board for years. And one thing I'd like to clarify straight out the door is that this 3-year versus 5-year, it has nothing to do with the 3 schools' performance that are on the agenda tonight. And some of them I did speak with, and I shared that with them, because the fact that the contract is renewed at 3 years versus 5 years forces the board, because currently we do, as a board, from what I've been exposed to, we do not review those schools. The team does from administration, but we don't. Now, some entities that authorize schools do a thorough assessment and review that is shared with the governing body. That's what happens at the city. That is shared with their governing body. We do not do that. So how do we take the protective stance? Because we as a business have to look at this as a business to protect the solvency of the district. So that's where this comes from, not the fact that these schools are doing terribly on their assessments. They are not. They are not. But at the same time, the board has an obligation to take closer dives and assess schools, no matter which ones they are. We do it for the traditional MPS schools, those audits and all of that comes through, and the board does see it. So my point is that 3 years as a contract does not define the fact that a school is failing. I know why that argument is coming through, because UWMs, they issue a 5-year contract, and if a school gets a 3-year contract, that means that they have deficits in some way, shape, or form. That is not what we're talking about here. We're saying 3 years being the top of the measure, being good across the board, that they met all of the standards, the measurements, the requirements, but it's 3 years and a 5 instead of 5, not taking away anything. And I think that's the one thing that everyone has to understand about that. It has nothing to do with indicating some type of failure in some way, shape, or form. We're just talking about changing the top bar from 5 years to 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Mann, who is next in the queue?
You have Director Peterson and then Director Phillips in the queue and Director Woodward.
And then I would like to go in the queue also. So it's Peterson. Tell me again, it's
Peterson, Phillips, Woodward, and then President Miller.
Okay. Director Peterson.
Thank you. First of all, to say that I have been torn by the 3 to 5, especially given the fact that recommendation for these 3 schools were 5 years. And it looks then, if we move it to 3, that it's a criticism, and that's certainly not the case. One thing that I want to say is that I was thoroughly impressed with the outpouring of support for La Causa and Milwaukee Excellence School. Got a report with, I think, 216 pages of people saying very positive things about both schools. My thinking is that we as a board very likely are going to set what Director Herndon said and what others have been implying, a 3-year cap. And I think that should start with these 3. And it's not, as people have said, a criticism. In fact, quite frankly, if the public would read the reports from La Causa and Milwaukee Excellent Charter, they could probably increase their attendance, their enrollment, because there's such great things said about those schools. And so perhaps every 3 years when they get to toot their horn, it'll actually be an advantage to them. So I look forward to the conversation that we are going to have in January. It is unfortunate that that conversation hasn't taken place before this, because it just would be better if it had. And I think, I hope that the people involved in these schools take to heart what board members have said. I see no reason to anticipate 3 years from now them having any trouble if they keep up their great work. The last thing I'll say is, considering that board members are on for 4 years and that there's a 2-year cycle of board members, I think that it had to have a smaller number of years, that is less than 4, allows us to do our due diligence in a better fashion than if the contract went beyond the 4 years of a school board term. Thank you.
Director Phillips.
Dr. Woodward could go because I've already gone before and I can go after her.
Okay, Director Woodward.
Mr. President, before
Yes.
Director Woodward speaks, you have Directors Woodward, Phillips, and then you have yourself, and then Director Baez has asked to be in the queue as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Director Woodward.
Mr. Chair, I just have one point of clarification. I did serve, I think, 4 to 6 years on that committee. And I saw some things that maybe needed some inconsistent. I think I put a resolution through. and we had a one session, but we had no input in the making the changes and things. I think, Dr. Mans, can you remember, Ms. Shock, how long about the one that a resolution that I put in to have a evaluation about the charter schools? That I wanted to know. Can you remember that?
Dr. Mann or administration?
Shock. I think I was on there with I was on there with Miss Brown. Then when Shock came in, Miss Shock came in. Then I was there, I think about 4 years or something. But I do know, I think there was a resolution, right? Dr. Mann, is that the hearing going to be coming up in January?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, the Director Woodward put forth a resolution relative to the operations of charters and the continuation of the work around charters be held until a work session can be had. There was a work session held, but since that time, the board has received minimal renewals or new charters coming forward. So what currently is being scheduled is a charter school work session, and it looks like we do have that on the schedule for January 7th.
That is the one that will be coming up. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Director Phillips.
Thank you, President Miller. And I understand where my colleagues are coming from with this idea of changing the cap, but people have to recognize that our existing charter renewal process states that should you meet these metrics, we have a 5-year cap, and we haven't changed that model contract. So we are essentially, demoting them. So there's a reason why people think that. And I have yet to hear from my colleagues, what about this 3-year is going to improve outcomes, what is going to improve operations, what are the potential push-pull factors of how will this affect, instead of our current contracted services department supporting schools for their operations regularly or working through improvement plans or actually being able to talk about what's happening daily, instead putting on this new every 3-year period of having to go through the review process of the contract renewal, because we do, as we've already heard, review them regularly. I only represent one district, and in my district, I only have one charter school. I visited that charter school every year. I've asked board governance for audit information. I review the information that I get every spring around what their outcomes are. The idea that we need to change the contract process for the board to keep things accountable is like saying that the board only does the bare minimum. And I just don't believe that about my colleagues. And I don't think that the way that we consider accountability is, having to go through all of these things without, I've gone through 2 or 3 charter work sessions where we've looked at our charter contract, that we've looked at, other places like UWM, the city, and, I believe we have a very rigorous process, not just during the renewal, but during our annual times. And, we can improve the process in terms of how we communicate with contracted services. I just have yet to understand why board members think that we cannot accomplish what I've heard as the stated goal of accountability, particularly with high performing schools. And, this idea of 3 to 5 year might not sound, that different, but should we have a high school 3-year contract might mean that we don't have a freshman that attends, so I think we really have to recognize that, we're not going through a process where we've changed our review process. Instead, we're saying that without changing the review process ahead of time, we are capping what we've already approved as the board, as a continuous body. So all that being said, I still support the motion at hand for the 5-year renewal, especially because the person that represents that area, Vice President Baez, supports that. And I trust my colleague to be in the schools.
Please.
Yes.
Go ahead. All right, I'll stop. Thank you.
Okay. I was next in the queue. The issue before me, I've made it clear for a while publicly at board meetings that I support a 3-year cap. And I support it for what I feel are issues of equality and a policy of equity between schools. For example, we have some schools that get incentives for performance where other schools don't. We have an unequal approach to charters. It just depends on what they were able to negotiate with previous superintendents. And I think that it's very problematic. And I think that at the upcoming meeting in January that we need to rectify, we need to have the discussion so that we can then come back to the board and rectify, because we're not going to pass resolutions at that meeting, but we are hopefully going to gain clarity about what it is that we want to do around our chartering. I have said very clearly that I support 3 years instead of 5, just because it's a shorter length of time. I want more accountability, but also because board members are, if we adopt a 5-year contract right now, the people that are elected in April will not review. There will not be a review of these charters during their first term. And so it's a whole variety of things. But I'm also torn because I don't like setting policy in process. We have to go through a process of discussion, and there should have been we were planning to do major work around this, and then COVID hit. I don't like to use that excuse, but it is what happened, and we're left with this now. But it does leave me really concerned that these schools would, if we go for 5 years right now, and then we adopt 3 in the coming months, again, we're left with inequality. And so I support the contracts for all 3 of these schools, but I'm opposed to 5-year contracts for any school. So I just want to put that forward. Director Baez.
Yes, well, I exactly don't know where to start here, but look, the issue that was at the committee meeting is that everybody agreed this is not about the schools. Okay, I'm one of those people. This is not about the schools. These schools are doing pretty well. I'm a little bit confused about the talk that we have to be accountable to our folks, et cetera, because these schools are part of our system. We agree to do non-instrumentality charters. If not, we shouldn't have agreed to do non-instrumentality charters, but we even had talks in the past about the idea that we should be the only authorizer in the city of Milwaukee. That right now with the GOP is another issue, but I think that we need to stress consistency, and we talk about consistency at the committee meeting. We have to, in the context of being consistent. By the way, I was the only person on the board that voted against that charter school. That was a problem that we had a discussion on because bad charters are bad charters, okay? But bad schools are bad schools, okay? And we do have a whole mess of schools in our system that are doing much worse than the charters we have authorized, okay? Now, why? There's all kinds of other issues that we need to correct. Obviously, I support President Miller's contention that there are things that we need to clear up. But the issue that we don't do accountability with these charters, whether there be instrumentality or non-instrumentality charters, and don't forget about non-instrumentality charters, okay? Don't forget about the fact that we have given non-instrumentality charters 5-year contracts. If we want to be consistent, yes, there is accountability. There are all kinds of things that, that we do to make sure that every year we look into those charters that we do with all of our schools. And I don't like particularly the idea that we give the same level of scrutiny to schools that in our system are not doing very well, in comparison to those that we give a contract to, okay? That is not true. That is simply not true, okay? So I think that we have to be very careful here about consistency. We had things that we did, and now we're talking about in the process, as President Miller has said, changing the rules. I do believe that, yes, if we tell our charters, instrumentality and non-instrumentality charters, that giving January, we're going to come up with some new ideas about all kinds of things, contracts and accountability, et cetera, believe me, I can live with that, okay? But I feel that at this moment, these three charters that came before us stand scrutiny. These three charters that came before us have done a remarkable job. These are our students. Let's not forget that. These are our students. All the correspondence and all the things that we have heard are our students, our parents, okay? Because we gave them contract and we count them as our students. So I think that we need to keep consistency. We need to be careful. And that's all the reason why I made this motion. And I think that I, again, suggest we do that.
Okay. Who next is in the queue, Dr. Mann? You're muted, Dr. Mann.
Mr. Chair, Director Herndon is in the queue.
Director Herndon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we're getting off track with the topic here because we aren't discussing any of details that we need to change. And the fact of the matter is, if we did nothing tonight, or if we pass the 5-year contract, we can't really come back in 2 months and start making changes to that contract once it has gone through and been approved. That's not legitimate as far as I'm concerned. I just don't think that can be done. The topic has expanded way past where we should have been. Now, one of the things that drives me to 3 years that I had not spoken of was when issues are put forth, when these reviews are done, when is the opportune time to address those issues? Director Phillips mentioned that she hadn't heard anything. Well, the fact of the matter is this isn't necessarily the appropriate time to dig into these details. Come January 7th is when we get into all of those details. But readily, I was listening to some of the interviews when we did these, and some of the students had what they felt were legitimate concerns. And when do we address these concerns when many of us may not be and won't be on the board in 5 years? And that is one of the things when we talk about equity and and addressing things that need to be addressed. That's one right there. Does it impact negatively the overall performance of the school? No, it does not. But it is something that should be addressed. And to say 5 years when you come back before us again, which most of us are not going to even be around, that's totally inappropriate as far as I'm concerned. And that's what we're trying to get at to a degree, hold ourselves more accountable for making sure that we're doing and have the opportunity to do our due diligence as it comes to these schools.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President?
Madam Secretary.
Is it possible to, at this point, if every board member has expressed their concerns, ask the administration if they have any concerns about the school, thinking they could get a 5-year contract versus making a change right now?
Dr. Posley?
President Miller, members of the board, Bridget Shaw, Contracted School Services. So the way that the current policy and what's been communicated to the schools is that 5 years, the 5-year, 3-year short term or non-renewal based on school performance. I think if we have 5 years, we are staying true to what we had originally proposed or shown to our schools as far as what policy that we have outlined that the schools receive as well. And also the outline surrounding authorizers do offer a 5-year term. So schools could have perhaps seeked otherwise.
Mr. Chair,
Madam Secretary.
within the charter school policies and procedures and operations of the district, if a school has not, well, is in good standing, a term of 3-year or anything less than that is considered a short-term contract. And so if I'm understanding Ms. Shaw correctly, during the review process, this was explained to the schools. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. President Miller, members of the board, yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, any follow-up questions by board members?
You do have Director O'Halloran in the queue.
Director O'Halloran.
Thank you. So if I'm understanding it, then if the board, as I'm hearing from some of my colleagues, decides in January at that work session that we would like to pursue 3 years as a cap, what does that mean for all of the ones coming through in January? Because we have a number before us. So I guess I'm trying to understand if you have already communicated something on behalf of the board, which whatever. Now I'm trying to understand, are we held to what you have said for everything in this cycle, and whatever policy may come out of that work session would apply to something in next year? Is that the understanding?
Ms. Schock, would you like to comment on that?
President Miller, members of the board, Bridget Shaw, Contracted School Services. What was communicated is what's outlined in Administrative Policy 9.12 under renewals for a maximum contract of 5 years.
Any follow-up, Director O'Halloran? This is our policy at this point. You're muted.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
If I could,
Dr. Mann,
try to provide some clarity to Director O'Halloran's question, and that if I'm understanding you correctly, it is any schools coming after action taken outside of the parameters of the work session, but prior to the board receiving any additional charter school renewals, would the board be held to the current policy? Is that the question?
I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm hearing from my colleagues that in January we might, well, I mean, when we say January, let's be clear, that's like what, 2-3 weeks from now, we may say as a board that we feel that it is in our best interest, in the best interest of students, to put a cap in for 3 years. And so what I'm trying to understand is if something like that were to come out of that work session, are we going to say, well, it's already been told to the schools that 5 years is the max. So anything coming through in January, because we have a number coming through in January, it seems very arbitrary to me then to say these 3 came through in December, then we have a work session, and then these people in January coming through would then be limited to 3. I appreciate that the conversations have already taken place, but I still have concerns, not specific to these 3. And I feel like we're talking about 2-3 weeks from now, possibly pursuing a different strategy. So I'm just trying to understand what that means then, I guess. Does that
Dr.
make
Mann,
sense?
could you respond to that, Dr. Mann?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, if the board were to take action to change its policy at any time, when the board takes action to change its policy and direct that the administration, Office of Board Governance, City Attorney's Office bring that policy back to the board for its action, that policy is active upon board approval. So once the board changes its policy, the policy goes into effect upon board approval. So we understand that right now the board does not have any other schools that's in the negotiation process, which would typically be a little bit different at this point. If there were schools in the negotiation process and there's a policy and then the policy is changed mid-negotiation process, that looks very different than the board having a work session, implementing a policy change and enacting that policy upon board approval.
Director Halloran, does that answer your question?
It does. I just have one follow-up and then I will leave it. I guess one of my concerns, and we have the question of like, what does accountability mean? Before I was on the board, we did have that, as Director Phillips alluded to. We had an issue with one of our charters, and I know the city, or I think it was a UWM charter, also happened within the past decade. There was another issue. And so when I suggest 3 years, it's not because I think that, you know, people are doing a bad job. I just think it's our responsibility to make sure that we're doing everything we can to be accountable to our constituents. And so I guess without knowing, and perhaps this will come out in the work session, what steps have been taken since the universal situation, what, you know, how we are making sure that we are doing everything in our power. To say 5 years just feels very long for me, which is why I suggested 3. And once again, this has nothing to do with these 3 because I have a personal vendetta against these 3. I value La Causa. I've actually, like, I talk it up in the community. I appreciate their social services, the respite program for the young children. Like, I mean, I talk about them as a great organization. So this is not about La Causa. It is about just in general, making sure we are doing everything in our power to be proactive rather than reactive after a situation happens.
Dr. Mann, do we have anyone else in the queue?
Yes, we do have Director Taylor and then Director Herndon in the queue.
Okay, Director Taylor.
Thank you, President Miller. I have a question and maybe another question or maybe a comment. When I hear us talk about board policy and I guess the cap being 5 years, and if we do something different, then we're not adhering to board policy. I challenge that because I've seen where there have been a 2-year renewal, there have been a 1-year renewal, and given what we see is say 0, 3, or 5. So for those things were we then able to make an exception with board policy? So is it okay for some and not okay for others? So if we're going to talk about being consistent, those items were not consistent because it didn't go with the 0, 3, or 5 years. It went with something totally different, and that was approved and moved by the board. So I just want us to kind of be cautious when we talk about the consistency and going with board policy, because there were times where we wavered from that and made a decision as a board. That's what we're elected to do. It may not always adhere to that or align with what those numbers was. We did it before. So it's just that. And then also maybe my clarity is I hear us talking about La Casa, but there are 3 that are up. So I just need an understanding for the 5 years. Are we talking about with an exception of La Casa and then not the 2 other schools because I'm hearing that name, or are we talking about all 3? I just really need clarity on where we're at.
Dr.
Mr.
Mann.
Chair.
Dr. Mann.
Given Robert's Rules of Order, you can only discuss the item that is before you. And so without dispensing of this item, we would not be able to move forward to the next item or have discussion on items later in the agenda.
So that's what I needed clarity of. So we're just specifically speaking to La Casa then, because then I've heard other names. So if we're being clear and transparent, I've heard more than La Casa. So I just need to know, what are we talking about? There's my clarity question, not trying to jump items, but specifically to what are we speaking to now?
We are speaking to La Causa. You're right. People have brought in other names, and that is the motion for La Causa. It's just simply for one school. So that's a very good point. Point to be made. Anyone else in the queue, Dr. Mann?
You do have Director Herndon in the queue.
Director Herndon, excuse me. Go ahead, Director Herndon.
Mute. So I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm on mute, or was on mute. In answer to Director Halloran's question, we have a review schedule for January 7th during the day, and we don't meet till that evening. So I think what this is coming to is there's very little of an opportune time, if you will, for making a change such as switching from a 3-year to from a 5-year rather to a 3-year. And as a point of clarification, I'd like to share that as on the review team, 3 years as one of the recommendations or one of the options, we have full short-term and non-renewal. And for a 3-year, it says nothing about a school not meeting their performance standards. Nothing. It says they must be in the last year of the contract term and achieved a strong and compelling record of evidence that the school met or exceeded a considerable number of performance standards. So nowhere in here does it say that a 3-year means that a school did not meet their requirements and measurements. I just wanted to clarify that yet again, that this is not about any of the schools not meeting their standards and criteria.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any follow-up? Dr. Mann, is anyone else in the queue?
Mr. Chair, I see no additional hands raised for the queue.
Then I'm going to call the question myself. Let's call for the vote.
On Director,
Go ahead. Go ahead,
okay, thank
Dr.
you.
Mann.
On Vice President Baez's motion, seconded by Director Phillips, for the administration's to approve the administration's recommendation for a 5-year non-instrumentality charter school contract with La Causa School, and 2, authorize the superintendent's designee in consultation with the board's designee and the office of the city attorney to enter into negotiations with representatives of La Causa to draft a renewed non-instrumentality charter school contract to begin on the first day of the 2021 school year and to end on the last regularly scheduled day of the 2025-26 school year. Vice President Baez.
Aye.
Director Herndon.
No.
Director O'Halloran.
No.
Director Peterson.
No.
Director Phillips.
Aye.
Director Simpson.
No.
Director Taylor.
No.
Director Woodward.
No. Did you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am. And President Miller.
No.
That's 2 ayes, 7 noes. The motion fails.
Do we have another motion before the board?
Director O'Halloran has her hand raised.
Director O'Halloran?
I move we adopt the administration's recommendation and renew for 3 years.
Do I have a second on that?
Second.
You have Director Simpson, second.
A second by Director Simpson. So a motion by Director O'Halloran, a second by Director Simpson. Any discussion? I'm going to call the question. I think we've had enough discussions. Please call the roll, Madam Secretary.
On Director O'Halloran's motion to approve the administration's recommendation for a renewed non-instrumentality charter school contract with La Causa and to implement the contract for a term of 3 years and authorize the superintendent's designee in consultation with the board's designee and the office of the city attorney to enter into negotiations with representatives of La Causa and a contract to start on the 2021 school year and to end on the last regularly scheduled day of the 2025-26 school year. On the motion as read into the record. Vice President Baez.
No.
Vice President Baez.
That was a no.
Okay.
Madam Secretary, I think
Yeah.
that the motion
Yeah.
needs to be updated because the school year you ended with would be for a 5-year contract.
That is correct. The motion would be for the contract to start on the first day of the 2021 school year and on the last day of the 2023, 2020, on the last day of the 2023 school year. So it would be 21, 22, and 23. At the end of 2023, the last regularly scheduled day. On the motion is read into the record for a 3-year renewal of the La Causa Charter School non-instrumentality contract. Director Baez.
No.
Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Peterson.
Aye.
Director Phillips.
No.
Director Simpson.
Aye.
Director Taylor.
Aye.
Director Woodward.
Aye.
And President Miller.
Aye.
That's 7 ayes, 2 noes. The motion passes.
I do want to get clarity on the years because the 21-22 school year is called the 22 school year. The 22-23 school year is called the 23 school year. The 23-24 year is called the 24 school year. I want to make sure that is the 22, 23, 24 school years.
So noted.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, next item, please.
The next item set aside from the report of the Committee on Student Achievement and School Innovation is item number 3, action on a recommendation for the renewal of the non-instrumentality charter school contract with Milwaukee Excellence Charter School. The non-instrumentality school is being recommended for a 5-year renewal, and for the superintendent's designee in consultation with the board's designee and the Office of City Attorney to enter into negotiations with representatives of Milwaukee Excellence to draft a contract to begin the 2021-22 school year and end on the last regularly scheduled day of the 2025-26 school year.
Does the administration wish to comment?
Yes, President Miller and members of the board, based on the review of Milwaukee Excellence Charter School, the administration recommends a 5-year renewal. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Posey. Do board members wish to make comments or ask questions? Director Simpson.
Sorry, I would move adoption of administration's recommendation, but for a 3-year renewal of the contract.
I'll second.
And so Director Simpson moved.
And then you have Director Taylor in the queue.
Director Taylor was the seconded the motion. Okay. Discussion. Any comments? Discussion? Is there anyone in the queue?
Mr. Chair, you have no one in the queue speaking on this item.
All right, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on this item.
On Director Simpson's motion, seconded by Director Taylor for a 3-year renewal of the non-instrumentality charter school contract with the Milwaukee Excellence Charter School, and 2, to authorize the superintendent's designee in consultation with the board's designee and the Office of the City Attorney to enter into negotiations with representatives of the Milwaukee Excellence Charter School to draft a contract to begin at the start of the 2021-22 school year and to end on the last regularly scheduled day of the 2023-2024 school year.
Thank you.
On the motion as read into the record, Vice President Baez?
No, I want to be consistent and I want my colleagues to know that.
Director Herndon?
Aye.
Director O'Halloran?
Aye.
Director Peterson?
Aye.
Director Phillips?
Aye.
Director Simpson?
Aye.
Director Taylor,
Aye.
Director Woodward,
Aye.
President Miller.
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, 1 no. The motion passes.
Madam Secretary, the next item, please.
The next item set aside is from the report on the Committee on Student Achievement and School Innovation, which is item 4, action on renewal of the instrumentality charter school contract with individualized developmental educational approaches to learning, IDEAL. And the recommendation, the administration is recommending a 5-year renewal of the contract and an option to negotiate with the city attorney's office, the board's designee, and the administration in consultation with representatives from the school for a contract for the non-instrumentality charter school to begin at the start of the 2021-22 school year and to end on the last regularly scheduled day of the 2023-24 school year.
Does the administration wish to comment?
Yes. President Miller, members of the board, based on the review of the IDEA contract, we are recommending a 5-year renewal.
Do board members wish to make comments or ask questions? Director Taylor.
In lieu with the other ones, I would move approval for administrations with a 3-year contract instead of a 5, though.
Do we have a second on that?
I see Director O'Halloran's hand.
Director O'Halloran, I also see Director Woodward's. Director, you call Director O'Halloran first, so we'll second with Director O'Halloran. So motion by Director Taylor and a second by Director O'Halloran.
Mr. Chair, are we ready for the roll call?
Madam Secretary, please call the roll. I'm sorry.
On Director Taylor's motion, seconded by Director O'Halloran for a 3-year contract renewal with IDEAL and to authorize the superintendent's designee in consultation with the board's designee and the office of the city attorney to enter into negotiations with representatives of IDEAL to draft a 3-year contract to begin at the start of the 2021 school year and to end on the last regularly scheduled day of the 2023-24 school year. On the motion as read into the record, Vice President Baez.
Oh.
Vice President Baez?
I said no.
No. Director Herndon?
Aye.
Director O'Halloran?
Aye.
Director Peterson?
Aye.
Director Phillips?
Aye.
Director Simpson?
Aye.
Director Taylor?
Aye.
Director Woodward?
Aye.
And President Miller?
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, 1 no. The motion passes.
Madam Secretary, what is the next item set aside?
Mr. President, that was the last item set aside.
Are there any items of regular business?
Yes, Mr. President, we have 2 items of regular business. The first item is the report of the board's delegate. The first report is that of the board's delegate to the Head Start Policy Council.
Director Simpson.
Thank you. That report is before you. Happy to answer any questions. And as always, just want to extend my thanks to the Head Start Policy Council for the work they do.
Thank you. The next report is, Madam Secretary, next report.
The next report is that of the board's delegate to the District Advisory Council.
Director Phillips.
Thank you. That report is before you. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Madam Secretary, what is the next item of regular business?
The next item of regular business is the monthly report of the President of the Milwaukee Board of School Directors.
That report also is before you, and I'm willing to answer any questions at the time of your choosing. Madam Secretary, are there any items of unfinished business?
No, Mr. President, we have no unfinished business.
Are there any items of new business for referral to committee?
Mr. President, we have no new business for referral.
Are there any
communications?
Or
I'm
communications.
sorry.
Thank you. That's Are there any resolutions for referral to committees?
Yes, Mr. President, we do have 4 resolutions for referral. The first resolution is Resolution 2021-R-17 by Director Baez on authorization for agreements binding the board.
The resolution will be referred to the Committee of Accountability, Finance, and Personnel. What is the next resolution?
The next resolution is Resolution 2021-R-18 by Director Baez on standardized testing.
The resolution will be referred to the Committee on Student Achievement and School Innovation. What is the next resolution?
The next resolution is 2021-R-19 by Director Phillips on the well-being of girls.
The resolution will be referred to the Committee on Parent and Community Engagement. What is the next resolution?
The next resolution is Resolution 2021-R-20 by Directors Miller and Simpson on COVID funding.
The resolution will be referred to the Committee on Legislation, Rules, and Policies. Madam Secretary, next item, please.
Mr. President, that was the last item on tonight's agenda.
So I just want to wish everyone a wonderful holiday and just have the best of times. Keep your children safe, keep your grandparents safe, pay attention to us elders, and do great things, and we'll reassemble in January. Thank you. That being unless other people want to make a comment, you're welcome to at this time before I adjourn.
Yes.
Happy holiday. I'm sorry.
Director Woodward.
Why do you steal my line? I was just, well, okay. Have
I'm
a
sorry.
very Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Director Woodward. I wasn't trying to steal your line. Thank
No,
you.
that was Baez.
Oh, Baez was. Oh, okay.
Oh, well, I was going to say happy holidays.
That's
Okay,
what I
thank you.
was going to say too.
Director Taylor.
I wanted to say, even though this can be a joyous holiday season for a lot of people, it's also one of the most depressing. So make sure that you check on loved ones, maybe friends and family, especially for our elders and seniors. Drop a card by their box or just give them a call. They're usually our most vulnerable, but they're also our most that's left alone through seasons like this. So be well to each other and happy holidays.
Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you.
Happy holidays,
safe.
everyone.
Be safe,
Be
everybody.
safe.
Be safe.
And enjoy.
Yes.
Okay.
With no
Too
further
much.
business before the board, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.
So noted.
Good
Thank you.
night.
Take care.
Good night.
Okay.